Alright. Most of the rules are the same as ordinary chess. Your pieces can move through time and between timelines, just like they move along rows and columns. The past cannot be changed. Moving a piece to the past causes a new timeline to be created. Okay. Complete a turn, make moves until the present shifts to your opponent. If you can't stop one of your kings from being captured, you're checkmated. Right, of course, because we've got multiple kings, yes. Okay. Standard pieces. Additional rules that determine how pieces move are not specific to 2 dimensions. These movement rules are interpreted using additional axes and coordinates to describe a piece's position and movement. Piece occupies a row, column, turn, and timeline, and can move accordingly. Hey, Super Bike Man. Greetings, Gunther. Yeah, that's what Roman was saying earlier, Super Mike Man. We've been lied to. This is only 4D time travel. But I mean, we're skipping the third D. Like that's why it's 5D probably. Because like there's only 4 dimensions, but we're skipping the third dimension. Like we've got first dimension, second dimension, fourth dimension, and fifth dimension is what. We've got here, so it's only like half a line, I think. The bishop moves any, or excuse me, I didn't even read the rook. The rook moves any distance in 1 dimension at a time. While a rook is moving along a column, its row, turn, and timeline are constant. So it could move along, could move to the start of the game or the end of the game, but in the same space on the same timeline. Hey Garrison. I mean, the third spatial dimension is for suckers, Super Mike Man. That crap's hard to navigate. The bishop moves any distance in 2 dimensions at once. A direction defined by 2 dimensions is called a diagonal. In ordinary chess, bishop moves along row column diagonals, but here it can move, so I can move row and timeline. Okay. So you keep the call. Okay. Okay. The queen moves any distance in any number of dimensions at once. More than rook and bishop movement because it includes triagonals and quadragonals. Yup. The king moves 1 square in any number of dimensions at once. And here's that man. The knight moves 2 squares in 1 dimension, then 1 square in a different dimension. Oh no. I'm just gonna say oh no already. Not that I'm surprised by any of this, but still, oh no. I'm sure you can do, like, yeah. Unless there's specific restriction on that front. Pawn moves 1 or 2 squares in the forward direction. Forward includes the direction towards your opponent's back timeline. The pawn can attack forward 1 square along row column and timeline/turn diagonals. Turns and timelines. Whose turn is it? A player makes moves while it is their turn in the present. To complete their turn, a player must make moves until the present shifts to their opponent. This can be done by taking actions on multiple boards until the present advances, or by creating a timeline in the past that rewinds the present. Which timeline must be played? A player can ignore any timelines that are not needed to advance or rewind the present. If a player branches twice before their opponent branches once, the extra branches will be inactive and won't affect the present until their opponent makes more branches. You can tell whether your next branch will be active by looking for a purple arrow indicator on the present. Our timeline's created. The piece moves to a board where a move has already occurred. A new timeline branch is created because history cannot be altered. The latest move on the new timeline is the time-traveling piece's arrival. The latest move on the original timeline is the time-traveling piece's departure. Okay. What is checkmate? The player has no way to move the present without leaving their king attacked, then they are checkmated, or stalemated. In ordinary chess, this means they cannot make any move without leaving their king attacked. Here, it means they cannot make any sequence of moves that shifts the present without leaving one of their kings attacked. Stalemate can occur in these conditions if the present cannot be shifted but no king is immediately attacked. What if only one timeline is mated? If it is impossible to advance a particular timeline without leaving a king attacked, you must rewind the present using a piece from a different timeline. A timeline that is soft-mated in this manner often forces the soft-mated player to stall until they can capture the threatening piece from a new timeline. Yeah, okay. That piece at least makes sense conceptually. Hey, Rugly. Let's see, so Roman says, each player can create timelines. Timelines can be inactive if there are more than one timelines that you created than your opponent. Yeah. That's a good clarification. That's kind of what it was sounding like. Yes, if you have more timelines than your opponent does, those extra timelines are inactive until they make additional timelines. Well, more over one. You can have a one difference. But yes. I think I might have phrased that slightly wrong, but. Okay, what is check? Move that attacks a king's past is a valid check. It is not a special case. Consider that applying the move would create a timeline with a captured king on it. Yes. The timeline's advancement means a king is attacked. That timeline will have a check indicator on it. What would non-standard pieces be? I mean, I guess we just go down. Sure, fine. Attacking a king's past is easier than attacking its present. History cannot be altered to change where the king was or to allow another piece to block the attack. The attacker must be captured. If you're in check at one timeline, your only option may be to time travel very far backwards from another timeline. Plan ahead and find a way to remove the troublesome check. If a player branches twice before their opponent branches once, the extra timeline will be inactive and can be ignored. Okay, so yeah, and this The game does cover the more clarified version of it, Roman. It's just in a different section. The player cannot create active timelines. They cannot use time travel to get out of trouble. Branch purposefully. Okay, so yeah, creating extra timelines without purpose can be bad. If the game is over and someone is checkmated or stalemated, you can try moves on their behalf to see why. 1 unit of time on a timeline is 2 boards. What? 1 unit of time on a timeline is 2 boards. Okay, no, I think that makes sense. In ordinary chess, each numbered turn of a game is 1 move from white and 1 move from black. 1 unit of time is the distance between your move and your previous move, with your opponent's reply in between. Select a piece and use the history or parallel view to visualize moves without your opponent's boards visible. Okay. Additional dimensions imply the existence of new pieces and alternate interpretations of existing pieces. These pieces are available in some non-standard variants. Okay, unicorns move along triagonals, dragons move along quadragonals. I don't know that we need to know this right now. There's a princess. The brawn instead of the pawn. The royal queen. It is also a king, yes. The common king is not royalty. I didn't actually read what the brawn does, though. Can attack along any diagonal includes a forward direction, does not include any backward direction. That's, yeah, a different way to interpret the pod for this rule set. Alright, so we'll skim the pieces one more time. Rook is any distance in a single dimension. Bishop is any distance in 2 dimensions. It's interesting, like, how much stronger that sounds now, and it, like, is, but, like, rooks are a lot stronger in vanilla chess. And queen does whatever the hell she pleases. That's not quite... But it's like you still can't just move anywhere, but it's a lot. Knight is 2 squares in 1 dimension, 1 square in a different dimension. Pawn moves 1 or 2 squares forward. I wonder if this is always true, because they didn't like mention anything about castling or normal pawn movement restrictions or en facade. So I don't. We'll see on that mess of things, I guess. That is true, Super Mike-Man. That's a good way to think of the bishop's downside. You are required to move in 2 dimensions, and exactly 2 dimensions. Oh no, get that. Oh no. All right. Are we supposed to do puzzles or play against the versus AI thing? We have a vote for each. One puzzle for each piece, then a CPU match. Okay, I don't dislike this this idea. Hey, Jordy. The ratings ringway. Alright, Rook Tactics, Maiden 1. Okay, it was just one single little... Okay. It amusingly cannot disable music from here, but I'll disable it from the other menu when I remember to. Okay. That's the present. We can move a rook. Oh my. To immediately get a checkmate. We can interact with any of the boards. And we're probably moving the rook and not our king here. Okay, all of our rooks are on the bottom row. But, okay, we've got this in the future. That would make a branching timeline, but we can have one more timeline, and as long as there's still mated somewhere. It's a lot. It's a lot. Okay. So I'm loosely thinking we're trying to line up two rooks that are threatening adjacent columns. Like, here, I'm just... Oh, can I... How do I... Huh? Okay, so this is the present, and the past cannot be changed. But I could send a rook in the same position any number of spaces into the past on a different timeline. But then it would still be down here, and there's still like we don't have a past where the rook is in column 4. So yes, we've got X, Y, turn, and timeline. And we've currently only got one timeline. So we're moving... Oh, what if we move the king, actually? Like, if we move the king here? No, then they can still... It's like I'm thinking he go back in one turn and move here. So it would be here, but then they could still escape here on the other timeline. So I don't think that would work. I guess, like, can I just try this and see what happens? Okay, so that's the other thing that I thought might happen. That's a noise. Oh, wait, I have to do this and... Okay. That's... Okay, I didn't actually do what I meant to do. Like, I still don't think this is good enough, but... Oh my god. Okay, so that starts another timeline there. So this king is gone. But they aren't in check anywhere. Okay. That all makes sense, but I think the best way to get a better concept of this is to just try a few things and see what it looks like. No, the king can be in a different timeline, and that's fine as far as I know, Chorby, like, because it isn't checkmated. Our king still exists. We don't need a king on the board in a given timeline. We just need to avoid having any number of our kings checkmated. Oh, it makes it so the future king can take my... I gotcha. Yes, fair. Also a problem. So yes. But... like... So why does it only show 3? Oh, because it's on my moves, not the opponent's moves. Yes. Yes. So, I mean, this doesn't look very promising either, but let's just see what that looks like. This is no longer threatened. This is the only one that's threatened, and they can still move this any number of places. Like, they can move it safely on the same board. So that's certainly no solution. But at least we aren't putting ourselves in a check this time. Oh, can I move? Yeah, the concept of moves are weird. Yeah, no, I can't make That is my move. Like, we have altered the present. What does this look, by the way? Oh, okay. And there aren't any other timelines yet. We have so few moves available. Like, I mean, I can just try them, but, like, I don't see the point in trying most of them. Like, literally they're not in check at all if we do any of those moves, so those are instantly pointless. There's no reason they can't just stay in the same plane and sidestep this. So that's pointless. Likewise. I mean, there's no reason this should really be any different than what we just looked at, but I'll take a look at it. Like, it creates the fork there. And they're checked here on this timeline. But that is still easily avoidable in just normal two-dimensional dodge here. So that doesn't do anything. So we are required to move the king to do anything meaningful. But none of that appears to do anything either. Yeah, like here or here, and we are putting ourselves in check. Hey, math sir. I mean, technically there's only 4 dimensions, but that's because we're skipping the 3rd dimension. And you know what? 4 dimensions is plenty. This is nonsense. And none of these positions put... Let's see. So none of this puts the king... Like, I can only try to check their king in a way that checks mine, and that doesn't work. So what am I missing? Like... But this is a different timeline because we can't alter the past, so that's all the same, and what I said before still holds true. Huh. Is there anything mechanical I'm missing? Like, in terms of, like, these are valid moves. We can move the king to these spaces, or we can move the rook to these spaces, this, and this, and that's literally all I can do. Because I've tried, like, clicking these arrows, I don't see anything else mechanically that does anything. We're not missing anything mechanically. No, we are. What? Alright, well, chat is also confused. Okay, that is all the valid movements, hopefully. I mean, I've said all possible blue squares, Robin, but... I guess the the other thing that I might be missing, like, I don't have a good concept of like the ways that you can take multiple turns. I guess that's with multiple timelines, maybe? But I guess my understanding was that once the present has been altered, that means your move has happened. So in this case, it's simple enough, like, once I have moved either my king or rook somewhere, that is my one move, period. Yeah, these are the opponent's turns. I can't interact with those directly. I mean, there's only 25 possible moves. But why do any of them do anything? So, can't go here, can't go here. No enemy king is in check, 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 no enemy king is in check. Let's see. Can't move here, can't move here. Because we are in check from the enemy king. And no enemy king is in check in any of these spaces, so. Okay. Oh, we need to move it here. Because it's checking the kings back here that they can't fix. Okay. We got there eventually without a hit. Took a while. Okay, let's just turn off music entirely. Alright, we have completed Rook 1. Alright. How about Knight? Okay, we do not have a pass to start with. We only have 3 moves unless we move the king, which I don't think we do. So this is what I'm looking at, because I think then we're looking at going back in time 1 and then up 2. Yeah. Yep. Okay. That one is, well, I mean, we only have 3 options. That one's especially easy, but I did actually see the visualization of it quickly, which was nice. I don't like this little gong sound very much. Oh, Knight Tactics go up to too many. Okay. Bishop, we are moving in exactly 2 dimensions. That not 1, not 3, but precisely 2 dimensions. Okay. How's it going at Kilgore? Thank you for the host. Hope you had a wonderful stream, sir. We are playing 5D chess for those just joining us, and we're just kind of learning the basics and figuring out what the heck, basically. So we need to find a bishop maiden 1 here. Bishops bishops move any number of spaces in exactly 2 dimensions. Can't we? I guess I'm not following why I can't move here, here, here. Because we move that dimension and that dimension. Greetings, Marijival. Oh, it has to move an equal number of spaces. Yes. Okay. So even more limited. They can move not any number of spaces in 2 dimensions. They can move. It has to be fixed. It has to be fixed. Okay. Interesting. So if we move like wherever in the present, we would then be. But we'd have to be checking them currently, but that would, okay. God. If I move anywhere like here, I'm no longer, like their king's always in the same spot. So assumedly I'm moving in the past to one of these 4 because I believe like none of these spaces will line up. Like the interesting thing is that then we're looking at a more future present, so that where like if we move the bishop here in the present, then it would effectively be looking at moving like 2 spaces in the distant past instead of 1 space. Like, it could go here or here, for example, if I moved it here. But none of those spaces can possibly be checking this king, so we don't care about any of those spaces. So, we are assumedly looking at splitting the timeline, and it's still only going to be able to move 1, but the past cannot be altered. Like, we're not actually here in the past, we're there in the past at a different timeline. But then they can still take me in the alternate timeline, and we're not threatening anything. Huh. Interesting. But, I can see a lot of this, but, like, all of the moves still seem like, they don't do anything for me here. And so, again, if we do anything that's not checking the present, so, like, these are here. Oh, what about this one? This is the one. Yeah, no, it's this one, right? Based on what I was saying earlier, that we could move 2 spaces in the distance past, and our piece can't be taken. There's what we're looking for. Okay. Because I looked at all the past moves, and I was like, those are no good. So there's the visualization of what I was talking about there. Okay, okay. It's weird that this is a quit to mini thing. Does this, oh, that just goes to the present. Okay. I have no idea what that button does, but I was just trying to find a quicker hotkey to go back here, but that's fine. Alright. You gotta love how it goes rook, knight, bishop, then pawn, as the ordering we have here. Alright, what does pawn got for me? Pawn can move 1 or 2 spaces in a single dimension. And can move 2 spaces to capture. I mean, is there a reason it's not just this? Let's see. Like, that's protected by the knight in the present. And it can't be... Oh, what if the... No, the knight can't... Like, their knight can take it to the past, but then they're still dead in the present, so... Like, that's still just the move. We're not really doing anything fancy here. I don't really follow why this is one of the puzzles, I guess. I don't... Sure. That's just a very easy normal chess puzzle, I guess. Okay. Do we want to do the other ones or just the pieces? And maybe skip Unicorn and Dragon for now? I don't know. I guess we'll look at combination attacks 1. Oh, gotcha, Ringler. Yeah, I did not see that change up here. Mated 2. Oh god, we've got to do a double move here. Hell, it's a Unicorn or Dragon. They're more different knights. Another pawn tactics might be worthwhile. Greetings, Cinebio. Okay, so like if we move the rook to the right, their only escape is making an alternate timeline into the past, and then they're there. Can we do anything with that? Then we can move the knight here, but I think they could then still move like here and not be... mated anymore. So we'd have the knight here and the rook here. So I don't think that that works. Yeah, as a reminder, all the other ones we've done so far was a mate in 1. This is a mate in 2. If anyone missed that. What if it, well, it's combo tactics. The assumption is we have to use each piece once. I'm looking at ways that I could maybe just use the knight. Or just use the rook. If I do that, and then send the rook back. So to clarify, the knight, it moves 2 spaces in one dimension, and 1 space in another dimension. So it can move in a straight line if it's also taking a step back into the past and making another timeline. Yeah, let's just kind of look at what this looks like a little bit. So do we have to do this, I guess, a move at a time here and see what their response is? So if we do this, they can move either here or here in a different timeline. They move there. In the present. Make another timeline, but they can still escape the same way. It can't move into our turn. But like the starting board state, is that anyone's turn? I mean, I guess it is my turn, yeah. So if there's no previous turn, they have to stay in the present? Interesting. Yes, that is true, I think. So they would have to do that in the present. Jeez, even with a small board with so few pieces, there's so many permutations of this. It's very hard to picture. I mean, that very limits their space. We know they have to move here in the present. And then, like... the knight moves one step into the past and up two or something? That isn't actually threatening them there. So it's not actually a check on any of their kings, so that's no good. Like, I don't, none of these knight follow-ups seem very good to this initial rook space. Like here, it would check them, but like they can still just move here in the new present. Like here, actually, this doesn't even directly check them. And if we are directly checking them with our second move, it definitionally can't be a mate. There's probably no particular reason, Ringworm, but wouldn't that check them in the past? And here. No, you're right. You're right. I was, like, not advancing time on that turn, I guess. Like, I saw how it could check them in the past, but I was thinking their king wasn't here yet in the past. Because I'm thinking of the current past, not the future past. But then they're here in the future present. And they can't move any of these spaces. Could they move it here? In the future present. Or the future past. Like, that seems safe. Oh, but none of that stops the fact that my knight is checking them in the future past. Because that's kind of locked in. Okay. Okay. So, like, I'm seeing how this king is safe. Like, they can protect one of their kings completely. It's not a problem. But they can't protect the other king. That's the ticket. That's kind of hard to grasp. I'm thinking of, like, the king. And if they can protect one of their kings, they can protect all of their kings when it's, like, definitionally the opposite of that. Alright. We just needed to properly think about the future past. Alright, do we want to look at Pawn Tactics 2 because Pawn Tactics 1 didn't actually show us anything? Okay, we've got 2 timelines now. We haven't actually started with multiple timelines. And, we can move one space into another timeline. And I mean, I assume it's just that. We have very few options. But maybe not. Let's see. It's not glowing yellow this time, so am I missing something here? I don't see anything I'm missing. Hey there, really, I. Like, what can be done about this? These are both checked simultaneously. Oh, okay. Once again, very straightforward. But at least there's some visualization of how our pawns are doing in multiple dimensions. And this is, I think it's only forward, right? So, like we couldn't have moved. Oh no, the timelines were equidistant here, I guess, in this case. But yeah, you have to move forward in the timeline or whatever. Alright, do we want to look at a queen? I mean, I assume king is easier. I don't know what this ordering is about. Oh, we could have done it more than one way? Is that the idea? No. Oh, you said couldn't have. I thought you said could have. Okay, so even when the timelines are equidistant, it's just up is the only direction there. Okay. Okay. We are black, looking to mate in one in this situation. Here we can move the future present on the original timeline if we wanted to. We could also move to the present past on the original timeline. I mean, it's not on the original timeline because it's making a new timeline, but so like this will become a new timeline. So all of those are out. Which is a shame. Yeah, because those are the only squares that could threaten their king in any of the spaces. I'm thinking this looks good, but I'm still like kind of thinking this out. So here we're threatened in the present directly, so that just immediately nullifies that move. Oh, also, this is the present, so if we don't alter that yet, what if we screw with over here first? And we get like a little bit of combo action going here. because we haven't done anything with the present yet, so we have to wait. Does that mean I could hop here and then, well, what happens? Like, what if we do something like this? So that splits a timeline here, but this is still the present, so we're not done with our turn yet. Okay, no, hold on. Can I mean, I can still, yeah, I can move one of these, right? Or not, because I've already messed with... That king has already moved once, so it cannot move. I'm almost surprised I can't move this king, but... I guess we can't move pieces that didn't exist at the beginning of the turn. But we can move this king. Oh, because it's their turn. That's, right. That's okay. I was like, how is there, like, a convenient way this makes sense? That's the way. Good call. Hey there, synthesis. Okay. So, I mean, that loosely seems good. Like, we could do that again. I'm not threatened to myself on either of those. I mean, that seems actually good. Like, what if I do that? Can they... Because, like, we now have two separate kings threatening this. And they can't move this one. I'm not actually sure we needed both of them, but maybe we did. Yeah, both of these are threatening this. Oh, I guess technically this one, but... Hey there, Eltris. Like, even if I just had one king, that would already be wrecked? Yeah, two identical alternate timelines. This seems good. I'm just wondering if one would have been enough. I'm trying to find any reason why one wouldn't have been enough. So one's already threatening this here. I mean, two is more stylish. Yeah, I don't really see any reasons. I think they just leave it open, I guess. Unless I'm missing something else. Oh, I am, apparently. What happened here? Oh, they didn't move these timelines, and this is the present, so I can't interact with these pieces. Okay. So... This is the question that was raised a minute ago. We don't have any pieces in the present. Okay. And so just visualizing, like, if I just did this first or whatever, That's considered the present. We're not on it. Once again, we wouldn't have any pieces on the present. But if I move just this one back and then move this one like sideways so it stays on the same timeline. But then this is still another... No, that's fine, because as long as I'm not wrecked in the present... Well, the other timeline hasn't advanced yet? I don't know, let's just look at this and see how it looks here. I'm just let's look at that. It's yellow, so we know that's good, I guess. Look at all of those kings we could destroy. All right. Queen tactics. All right, we got nice and small board. So moving this queen to one of these spaces. Like just here. This is hard to, it's always so hard to picture this. Like, this is still the present over here, though, and we can't interact with this board until they do. So that doesn't do anything? Okay. It feels like that's not how it was in some of the earlier puzzles, so that feels weird. It checkmated all of them, yes. You got all the excessive checkmates here. But like something like this is maybe pretty good. What does that look like? Yeah. So we're checking this, they can't do anything about it. Yeah, I mean, that's really what there is. We're checking that and they can't do anything about it. Yeah, that is an important emphasis, right? Like in normal chess, you can't check the other king with your king because the king will always be able to take your king. But in this, you can threaten them from a position they can't threaten you back because the past cannot be altered. Queen to c2. That one? Isn't that what I just did? Or are you talking about, let's see. No, you're talking about this. They just move this king up in that case, so that doesn't work. Because this is not threatening any of the other timelines here. They just move it up in the present. Wait, does work too? What am I missing? Okay, also this feels weird because why is it white here? Okay, because this is the black turn. It's just confusing visually because we are still threatening this king. Okay, yes. So the queen can do whatever she pleases. There's not just one solution to this. You can queens are OP, unsurprisingly. Right, because that's threatening all of the past as well. Queens are ridiculous. Oh, that one doesn't work? Wait, why did... I guess I should have followed that through. I don't know what the gold means, though. Because it seemed like it's only done the gold thing when it's a winning move, but apparently it wasn't. So... why... doesn't this just take the... Oh, right, because it's not... Well, no, it is. It's the... Huh? Oh, okay. We still have the same restriction as the bishop that it needs to be an equal number of spaces in the any number of dimensions. Which, you know, when we only have one thing here, it's not nearly so obvious. Anyway. We will go back to our original move there. Yeah, it's been gold for all but one of our correct puzzle solutions, I think. Recommended timeline invasion. Very small. Focused. What's the difference in open and not open, I wonder? Shrug? Just, it's a lot. We have a queen. I mean, we're only moving on this board for this exact turn. And oh, this is intimidating. We'll move a pawn that is not set up for making my king wide open first, I guess. Let's just do a little bit of that. And now everything is already madness. So, I mean, I say that, but we're still kind of most likely sticking to the present. Man, rooks are not very good. I mean, do I actually still want to do this? No? Maybe? Let's see. So, in the past, that pawn could only take... Well, that's not forward. Yeah, pawns are still very limited. Let's just... Okay, that's still blocked off in all of the past because of all these pawns here, so... It's interesting. I mean, doing this is kind of neat because then we can, like, start capturing their rooks wherever in the past we want, if it's convenient, to break off other timelines. But that wouldn't be the present. God. It's a lot. Right, the bishop can't, like, move. I guess it would be here, for example, because there's a pawn in the way there. I mean, I can do this if I wanted to. Maybe you meant what additional rook? Alright. Is there anything else threatening that? I mean, we have to take it almost regardless, right? Unless we're checking. Those are really our only things we can do. This is linear chess that we're playing here. Oh, you can only... Yeah, okay. Because now there's stuff blocking it. It's annoying that it zooms in when I click on this, because I'm like trying to look at it from a distance and then trying to click on something and it zooms back in. So I'd have to actually select this first and then zoom out, but... The recent past rook of my own is blocking my current present rook. Where does the queen want to go? Oh god, the queen has options! So, if I do something bananas... This is still the present. So they still have to move something on this board. But they could do something in the alternate timeline first. I mean, a timeline that I've got 2 queens on it is kind of appealing, except for the fact that it means this timeline I have no queens on it. So, you know, that's a little subpar. I still can't move through... No, I can move through other pieces if I'm not a rook, basically. It actually still feels kind of weird that my rook can't move back in the timeline if there's pieces in the way. It makes some sense, but like bishops and queens don't seem to work that way. So that feels weird to me. And I guess knights don't either. Knights never do though, so that's already kind of intuitive, I guess. Oh, there's no piece here, so maybe queens and bishops don't actually work that way? Yeah, there's nothing in any of the spaces here, or in this one specifically here, determining where we can move to any of this junk. We'd have to move 3 steps on the king, which would be 1, 2. So theoretically that pawn blocks it there before we can go here. Greetings, Hunting Shadow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, yeah, I guess the earlier, I mean, like the puzzle examples are all super open, so it doesn't really demonstrate the blocking aspect nearly as much. Hey there, Mosaic Task Force. I mean, moving to the right is also still an okay play anyway. Moving over here is kind of interesting. But we're a little cramped on that timeline. And we're kind of lacking firepower on this timeline. And we've only done one puzzle that had like hopping between timelines rather than hopping between turns. So that's still fairly difficult to picture. I mean, I feel like this is the spicy move. I don't know if it's any good. This pawn can't take it because then that pawn would be going backwards, not forwards. And it certainly wouldn't be twirling towards freedom. I mean, otherwise we're basically just moving this over or we're taking this pawn. Kind of seem like the things I'm doing. Let's see. Not really seeing anywhere interesting we're moving the knight to either. I mean, I guess I should bring up its move set, but yeah, it's not a lot of particularly cool stuff we're doing with that. Okay, so you are probably either moving here or here. Are we threatened here? If we're not threatened here, I guess I might just do this because it's more interesting, but I feel like our king might get wrecked in the present. I guess if it needs to move back like this, well, plenty of trouble. And we do still have our rook at least like kind of threatening some stuff someday, maybe. Alright, so this is what this would look like. We can always preview it. I still don't have a good grasp of how the present is determined. Yeah, so that makes this the present now. But they could make a move over here before they make a move on the present. But their options seem fairly limited in that regard. Present's the earliest board that needs a move submitted. Huh. Alright, it's at least potentially interesting. Let's see what that looks like. Okay, and then they just are leaving the, like, this is interesting because this is like kind of left in their back pocket, right? And this is like the pretty basic AI, so we don't necessarily like trust that this isn't just a terrible move, but we should still take some look at what is going on here. No, this will be the same time. Oh, but that's cross timelines. That's an axis. So this bishop could move one timeline and one space to take my queen after their queen there. So that makes some sense. We can just keep hopping around. But all of these moves seem pretty terrible. And making additional timelines when they haven't is kind of bad for me. All right, fine. We will trade. Or you? Oh god, you're doing something. You're taking my my rook in this timeline. All right, assumedly that was kind of a bad move. Although, okay, no, this is still, they changed the present. Oh god, that's the new present. We both can make alternate timelines. I can now move on this board because that's the board they just used. Let's just look at a few of these things. What are we looking at over here? We're just like sending reinforcements to the past is basically the vibe that I'm feeling here. Rooks are weird. If the board is like more open, rooks are less bad, it seems like. But like, this is a dumb piece. So I think we focus on this board only for now, like keeping this available where it might be able to do something good instead of garbage seems like what we want to do. Hey, Chrono. Although we can still, there's so many options. Like, we could once again take this pawn with a queen. Just do that for days. I don't know that it's particularly helpful, but yeah, they took my my rook over in this this world, huh? Okay, why can't the knight move here? That is X2 and move 1. Huh. Yeah, I don't know why the knight can't move there. Oh, no, this is a different timeline. Right, it's a timeline and a move 1. Right. And that would be 3 axes. Yeah. Triagonal? Yes. That'd be a triagonal move. We can only make a diagonal move. Well, a sort of diagonal move. An L-shaped diagonal move. Okay. Yeah, this is about the spot where it feels like everything is breaking down. In terms of like my mental state. But if we do something there, then they just do something like we're now can attack from this board more aggressively. at that point. I mean, just taking this to open up the queen on this new past present is at least somewhat helpful. So, I mean, that kind of straightforward move seems like about what we want to do. I mean, I guess, like, they're still just attacking it with the Queen and Knight, but as they, as this reaches, as the present reaches the future present, I can, I mean, still not do that much, honestly. I can, yeah, I can take that space with my knight, actually. So that actually... all that maybe works out. We're gonna just go ahead and go like this. Seems vaguely reasonable. Okay, so they're doing that. They did that one first, so that means I can't do the shenanigans I wanted to do. So if they do the other, then the timing works out much better for me. So we can trade some more queens if we would like. We probably do like. We didn't. I don't feel like we were left with too much choice. We don't need to be winning on most boards. We need to have a checkmate that on any king. On any king is the goal. If any king is checkmated, then that's a win. This ultra basic AI is still like doing good stuff, but it's not that great for me. I mean, I guess instead of capturing this queen can always like run. That is another option. You need a checkmate that you can act upon, yes. So, I mean, it doesn't have to be present, right? But, like, well, I guess it probably does because, like, well, it's not a checkmate until the present is relevant. I mean, if it's before the present, that just means it becomes the present, right, Roman? So same difference there, but like, you could have a future checkmate that only becomes valid once the present meets the future, I guess? So, like, it could sort of happen, but yeah, I guess it would effectively need to be in the present, but, you know, it could just be a delayed present. Like Christmas. Man, having a queen on this board would be strong. What kind of fool moved their queen off of that board? And, like, I don't have a good grasp of, like, how much I ever care about pushing advantages on random intermediary boards, because those are not nearly as interactable. Like if you're doing that, you want to kind of specifically be setting up to target a king, I think. Which mostly comes down to we either need to trade queens or I do like that if they then stay in the present and take my queen with the knight, I should be able to take their knight with this knight. So that's kind of nice. Or I could take the other knight with the rook. I mean, I guess I'm less excited about trading queens just because they still have a queen on this, like, timeline. They're kind of up a queen, but, I mean, I guess that's already the case. Well, no, okay, yeah, I was actually mislooking at this board. For some reason, I read this as them having two queens on this board, or like, them having a queen and me having a queen. And I was like, that doesn't really make sense, but yeah, no. I've got two queens on this board. That's why this makes any sense at all, yes. Anyway, this seems fine. So... What determines which of these is the present now? I guess it was down here? Or just like all of these are present and I have to make moves on all three of these boards. Okay. So... Oh my god. It's basically... Like, assumedly, this is the time to make an extreme power move. But what it's actually time for is to take a break. Let's get some fresh beverage and stretch out and all of that jazz. Thanks for checking out 5D Chats with Multiverse Time Travel with me, folks. And we'll be back in just a couple minutes here, huh? And but it seems unlikely we're reaching the bonus goal here, but we'll still promote this. If you want me to do one more bonus stream and pull one more randomized game from the list, you still can. And we'll be back in a couple minutes. Hey there, Estes. Greetings, Jen. Hey there, Slug. They're vanilla Oreos, in fact. Imagine orange could be pretty tasty, though. They were like the orange Hostess cupcakes. I remember having that was a special thing that, oh god, that was probably like almost 20 years ago. They were fairly tasty. More interested in the chair or pets? Huh? You made your clout? No, here we go. Maybe? No, it's more head rubs. This guy really, really likes the head rub. It's not unusual, but it still just seems like an excessive amount of head rubbing on this kitty here. Yeah. There we go. Like, even in the process of Panda is still rubbing that head aggressively there. Alright. Eventually I need to get back to 5T chat. I guess I don't have to. Idiot's so happy. Alright, buddy. No. Yep. Man, good to see it. Hydrox. That's just like the basic like vanilla Oreo sort of thing, right? But cheaper. And like it tastes the same. So which is to say it's pretty good. Okay. That's we're done with that. Hello. That's the one. Plus being kosher. Okay. The world is our oyster. What do we do with it? Like the options available now are just madness, right? We could branch off new timelines, which would make a new past present, if we wanted to. Like a triple move in chess is pretty strong. Like, what does this even look like? Like, all of these are going to remain the present, so like, I'm gonna do a triple move and then they get to do a triple move. But I mean, I guess one of my triple moves could move a piece back to the past to make the past the present. But if we do that, then, I mean, they still have that triple move waiting. Although, I guess, what if I make like 2 moves and move one in the past? Do I still have the other one left, or is this still the present for the present? Actually, that would be good. Like, if well, I guess I should actually be able to see. Like, if I just, I don't know, do like this or something. I am able to submit moves, so I can be done with that if I wanted to. Okay. And then that's the present, and then this doesn't do anything yet. The present catches up with this. Well, it does something. They can still move off of that board, to be clear. But yes, I have 3 queens. They have 1. We should be able to ruin them. In some various flavors. Maybe even orange flavor. Like, this position especially is quite strong. But the king could, like, run away into the past. The past is pretty threatened, though. This queen right here... Yeah, no, they're gonna have a hard time. They can move onto another board. They can hop timelines, but the past is miserable. That's not a place that they can escape to. Okay. And they could potentially hop timelines. But even that's pretty rough. But like, if I just have like a piece here, this queen here can take that queen anyway. Although, what if like this rook is threatening that space? Like, because then if they take that, I can still just do that. So yeah, that's actually fairly promising. Do like that and like that. And like I don't know if I can directly threaten this king, but we don't necessarily need to. We're mostly looking to do it twice, but I mean, we'd like branch off another timeline, take a queen back here. Just, it's so weird. I mean, we could undo still, but like, I'm liking this. I don't know how much it matters if this is done with the rook or the queen. I mean, moving queens around lets me like duplicate queens, sort of. So that is just broadly advantageous, I think. So like we're maybe looking at something like this. And then like, well, I could do this before moving here though. Like I could move that queen also into the future on this board, which is what I'd probably want to do if I'm doing this. I mean, this is kind of funny too. Just launch this queen back into the past and take their queen over here for some reason. I don't think it's very helpful. I think that's mostly a bad thing. About our bishop. Yeah, we could just check them normally with the bishop, which is like fine, which limits their options quite a bit if we're pinning, checking, and checking. And so like, what can they do to save this king if that's the situation? Like, they can't run to the past. They can't hop boards. They can hop here, actually. Nope, that queen's threatening that. Okay. So that doesn't work. They could move something to block or capture here. Okay, so we set it up so they can't do that with this queen. And what about like over here? They could block with this bishop, but then this is still dead. So this looks like a mate situation. They are extremely threatened. Let's see, the knight likewise could block down here, but then this is still dead here. Wait. What if they move something to block here, but then move something from this board back to block over here? Can they do that? So these arrows, I think, are for the pawn, so like they can move the pawn here. So they could block that. I think that still leaves them in a bad position, but not checkmated. Which is probably fine. But yeah, I think we found out a way that they're not mated. Well, maybe not. Did they just not do it, or? Oh, but I'm also threatening this king. Okay. That's the thing. I'm also threatening this king. Queens are OP, y'all. Yeah. So they could have prevented those 2 checks, but not this third one that I didn't even see. That's what we missed. Okay. We have won our game against Traitor parentheses weak. No, I figured out a way they could, Reliac. They could move a pawn from the top board to the bottom. Oh wait, is that the right direction for their pawn movement? Yeah, that's the right that's up for their pawns, I think. Yeah, they can move a pawn from their top board to block on the bottom board. I think, I believe I found a line that they could block. Like, it wasn't good for them. They were probably still made it next turn, but... I assume it spawns in a fixed direction based on if you're white or black limb, but I don't know. I wasn't paying attention to where the timeline spawned. Alright, we want to hop in some of the other puzzle levels. Sure. Your timeline always spawns down from your perspective. Yeah, that makes sense. Alright, mate in 1. So, I mean, if we just do that, they can... Oh, right, there's no extra board here. Keep thinking there's going to be an extra board there, but there is not. Okay. Why is this, like, in the middle of the puzzle? Like, it seems like they should order these somewhat by difficulty rather than just by type. Like, that is purely just basic chess rather than anything else. And the first Rook one was actually kind of hard to parse. Just a little all over the place. The Pawn Tactics one was also completely basic, really. I mean, it was not, I guess, in that it used the 5D stuff, but it was... Alright, opening traps. Oh, we got, got the full board. Got our 4-move, 3-move checkmate here, I guess. Because queens are OP. Oh, like here, maybe? No, that's not... We can't go far back enough in time to threaten this king, or like, I guess this king, technically, with the bishop here. This board is too big. It says in the bottom left, it's a mate in 1. No, it's definitely my instinct was this, but that's not gonna work. Alright, so queen it is. Just, here? Looks like here, because that's 3 away. And just to visualize that. Mating 2 with Rook Tactics. So, like, they do that, and then they do that. But then... Oh, but now this is next to this. Does that matter? What does this look like? Oh, it looks like my turn's not done. Is what that looks like. We haven't moved to the present. Oh, but if they take... Yeah, I mean, this is just fine because they've got 2 kings here. It doesn't... I don't think this extra move mattered, but, you know, they're... It lets them run over there. Oh, no, it did. That didn't work. Because they move the past here, so even though this is like a lost situation, it's technically not a mating 2. Yeah, all you need to be able to do is, in the present, capture any king. Right, the extra timeline I made rather than just doing this. Made in 1. Okay. This is a lot. This is our present, huh? And that's this board just has this king chilling over here. I wish it did not. Is there like any options on that? I don't think so. The like forced zoom is pretty annoying. This doesn't actually... Well... No, this is still good? Yeah, because they can't interfere with this timeline, right? So, like, they just have this pod here, and then this rook can take this king over here. The only one that you can see, or 2, as I do a different one. Yeah, I don't think there are any other options on that front. Unless that's what this does. No. Mate in one. Oh, this will threaten 2 back, 1... 2 moves back, 1 space up. Okay, yes. Like so. Well, I don't know what this does, but I probably want it on if it doesn't do the bad thing. Made in 1. Okay, we're looking at hopping timelines, I'm assuming here. So... like... here? Yeah. Like, I don't think they can do anything about this. Okay. Getting the hang of it a little bit, like that was immediately obvious. Rather than having to think about it there. Oh wait, we just protect the bishop here so that it can kill this king. Yeah. Or that one, you know, either way. I guess that's the one it actually get right, because I'm black, not white now. Yes. On tactics 3. I mean, this is just like, we've only got 3 moves, so maybe, well, I mean, that's what last time we did something without the pawn. Maybe this also does something without the pawn. So and so if we just do that, that's another timeline. Oh no, I guess it's... no, it is, because we're trying to alter the past, so it's a new timeline. It's like moving the pawn there, make it so that the bishops are in position to wreck everything. I mean, there's we can obviously just try and see since we have so few moves, but let's try to parse this out. I feel like it might be clear if I just like went back and reread what the pawn does in their phrasing, because we've done very little. We've done like no crossboard capturing with pawns, so I don't have like a good grasp of what that looks like. So like, I'm just gonna do this to visualize it a little better here. So that gives us two presents that they can do stuff with. And that, I mean, nothing is actually threatened there, or is it? Oh, yeah, that makes this bishop threaten this now. Which I'm not actually clear how they fix, but they fixed it somehow. Oh, they fixed it by not advancing that board. Wait, how do they not advance that board? Aren't they both the present? I thought they had to advance that board. Oh, it's not active. We have too many timelines. Is just this open 0 the only indication of that? Like... trying to see where the indicator for this is. Like, that should be a lot more obvious. The arrow isn't purple. Okay, that's the indicator. Gotcha, gotcha. Like, that's an important rule, but it's kind of unintuitive, so that's a hard one to keep track of. Okay, so if pawns capture, like, I think this is more, like, our options are limited enough. I feel like it's more interesting to puzzle out without rereading the text, but, like, you capture diagonally. So... I don't see any way I can set up a, like, cross-timeline diagonal for it, though. But I assume that's what I'm looking to do. Like, that's hard to picture a little bit, but that means you're moving exactly one space in two of the four axes. And that would be a capture. So, like... So... Oh, good. It's hard to picture for sure. I don't see their kings being in a spot that I can do there. But... it... Like, I basically want to move the pawn up one. I don't care about the king on the active board because it'll be ready to threaten by being able to move up one and across a timeline to capture. But, like, what prevents their king on the current board from just capturing my pawn? And this is all just like assuming I'm even parsing what diagonal means in this context correctly, but I think I am. Though it's possible that the rule isn't diagonal and they interpreted it differently. Like, this won't work because they can just take this. There's nothing preventing that. So then move here. And likewise here, there's no reason they can't just take that there, I believe. Yeah, because any of my bishop stuff, we've only got one timeline to hop, so... Oh, right. I'm like staring at this bishop and being like, well, it can move two across timelines. Yes. Literally missing the ultra basic tests of them not being able to take this because of this bishop. Yeah, then that's the answer, because we can take diagonally. That's kind of weird. When I hover over it, it's like grayed out, like it doesn't work. But yeah, we can just take diagonally across the timeline here. We move one space back and one space on the timeline, and that's a diagonal. Yep. Oh my god, we got 3 boards. Oh, is it limited like that, Roman? attack. Oh, forward 1 square. No, it can still... It just... One of the axes needs to be forward. Which, I mean, yeah, it should be. I just didn't think about that. Okay. Yes. So oh, this would be moving across 2 timelines, right? I was like, wait, why can't I just take their king with my king? Technically, I was first wondering why they couldn't just take my king with their king and how this board state even existed and so on, but okay. I mean, I guess it's probably helpful to kind of start hovering over pieces to show where they can go. That's, they've only got the 1 king. I'm not, like, locking it in yet or anything, but it seems like this just intuitively is kind of promising. Well, that's not promising because it means I'm moving that instead of my knight, which I assume we're using the knight. Hey, Tanbei. Salutations, Alyssa. Okay, I was gonna see, like, if we can move this pawn up here and then take both of these pawns. King under attack by this. Their forward is this way because they're black, but that doesn't make sense how this board... But I think that's supposed to mean that their forward is that way. But that's not the case because... Oh, from the rook. Yeah. No, it is definitely under attack from the rook. It's a little annoying that there's not like a... Unless that's what... I still don't know what this does, so... Can I... No. It's just for the timelines, and the forward is the opposite of that. Okay. So, if we can't kill the rook, then we do have to move our king. Okay, noted. Well, no, yes. I'm like, because this board will be different, so they won't be able to kill the king in that board in the future, but this past is still extant, so they will still be able to kill that. Absolutely. So to clarify, if we go here, 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 or here, we are dead to their king. So, and if we go here, we're dead to the pawn. My assumption is that we want to go here. Cheerio, Roman. Catch you later. The bottom pawn can't hit it still because that would be backwards. Well, it only needs to be forward on one thing. Is it forward on anything? Like, so if that's the case there, can this, oh no, because the king's not in the past, it's only in the present as far as these pawns go. Okay. I was wondering if pawns of the same board could, like, take it. They could in maybe a turn? Move sideways and take the king in the past that's next to them or something? I'm not sure if that would work, but it doesn't work for them now, and that's what's most important. And just, like, parsing this, like, that just is gonna break another timeline. Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, pawns do move sideways when they're capturing daily. That's what I'm saying. As long as they're moving forward on one axis, they can move another direction on a different axis. So, like, theoretically, a pawn should be able to go forward on, like, the cross timeline axes and sideways on, like, the y-axis. I think you could have a capture like that. But how do we actually threaten their king here? So, like, this, for example, does threaten their king. Oh, if I move my king back into the left, maybe that's still okay. But they can still take it with the pawn on the given board rather than the king, and that doesn't stop anything. Okay. Huh. I mean, basically, this seems like the only way to do anything useful with the pawns, but it's still not doing anything useful with the pawns. So like, I mean, just to, yeah, I mean, that's already moved forward there, so like doing this is a separate thing that doesn't have the pawn here anymore. So that isn't actually productive. Like, there's nothing I can do here that's going to just prevent this, and then he's nothing. Because I still only have the one king. That's too far away for my knight to do anything. The knight, like, existing where it is interesting. Like, why is this knight here? Like, it seems like the knight is only protecting this space from their king jumping boards to run away into that space. Like, I don't know what else the knight does. It's a very limited puzzle, so we assume that it's, you know, doing something. I mean, I guess it's rather, I said it wrong, like, it would actually be protecting this square. It's protecting the king from escaping into that square. There. Which, like, okay. That seems to be all the knight could ever do. Because, again, we cannot take their rook. Okay, so why doesn't it zoom in there on this board, where it might actually be helpful to recenter? It's still... But if I, like, do this... Okay, what? It's not annoyingly zooming in now. I guess it's the height. Just, yeah, if I do that, then it goes down and zooms in. And just fully centers it. But if it's already at the zoom level it likes, then it just... It's kind of awkward. Okay, I see what they're kind of trying to do with the camera, but it's pretty annoying. So, I mean, if the king just hides on a new timeline, I can't do enough to their king. So that kind of really strongly implies we're either doing this or, I mean, whatever here, but then that, if it's down here, that defeats the point of the knight. So just like, in terms of puzzle design, like, I guess it would be, that would be the only place that would make any sense. But we don't have any way to threaten the king. So, like, it's trapped, but it's not actually threatened, so it doesn't matter. Huh. How can I even threaten their king without it just being immediately taken, even ignoring the fact that I'm in check. So, looking over, it's still like, that does, but it's just immediately taken. And nothing else does. Like, that does. So I guess we're missing something with how the knight can be used and we don't have to move this king? I mean, just to, like, help visualize this, I'm just putting it somewhere. Yeah, and it shows that. And there's nothing we can do about that. So, like, that's true of anywhere we could put the knight here. We do still have to move the king. Wait, why is this legal? Oh, that's just we haven't done anything else here, so, but as soon as we do anything on this board, then... Like, there's no reason that does anything, yeah? So the knight still can't do anything. So the knight's purpose is still to just block this square, I guess. Or to just, like, be a diversion to red herring the puzzle, make it a little bit more complicated. Is another possibility, I suppose. Yeah, but we've tried everything. What are we missing? Like, this is about the only way to threaten their king. But, like, there's nothing that just prevents this capture here. And if my king threatens their king can just take mine in assumedly all circumstances, but I'm trying to think of any reason that wouldn't be the case here. Like, that does not threaten their king. Is there any reason, like, something weird like that? No? Regardless of what I do with this, their king is now threatening mine with this, so it doesn't do anything. So that doesn't work. I'm in any of these spaces. And I mean, I guess I'll look at this again real quick. But none of these pieces threaten the king with a knight anyway. Those are both on the board, so that's normal chess. This would be one timeline over and then not 2 spaces. Yeah. So what am I supposed to do to make this not broken? Like, they can't take this pawn with their king because the knight is protecting that square, but they still have this pawn that I can't do anything about. Like, none of this does anything still. Just prevents my king from dying. Is there any reason we would want something further away? Like, we don't have bishops or queens, so mostly no. That can sort of affect a knight, but the knight's already 2 away as it is, so 3 away is not helpful. So certainly in terms of timelines and X and Y, we've got nothing. And the knight can't be, like, on the king's space, where it can move, like, 2 timelines and 1 move back or something. Although we can't move something else to this board to trigger that anyway. Like, if this just is something done like this. Then they're safe. Well, even though, like, half a dozen people in chat have solved it, I'm going to declare that this one's impossible. Clearly. Hey there, Dido. Welcome to the stream. And there's interesting ways pawns can sort of move backwards to capture, but it's still nothing's close enough to do anything with that up here. Like, it really seems like they want the knight to do more than the one thing, but it's just protecting the square. And I can't move it, because then we aren't moving the king. And I can't move a piece onto this board to make another timeline that has the knight in the same position if we wanted to, which isn't very helpful anyway. Because the king is still 3 spaces away, not 2 spaces away, or something like that. And we do have to threaten their king this turn. And the only way to do so is this, and that there's no way to do that just does this. Or that isn't just takeable casually by them here. So obviously we're missing some possibility that I'm somehow not considering, but... Huh. Like, we've looped over all the pieces like 3 times now. Alright, let's start with basics again. What's the only ways we can possibly threaten this king? We need some way to threaten this king. Super Mike Ben saying we don't need to. I mean, I looked at that too, but there was no lines that really worked on either. Given tenet 2 that we need to move this king. The trick there, Dino, is that due to the way timelines work, time could advance, and we are now threatening a king in the future, even though we didn't move a piece to threaten the king in the present, and therefore it's checkmate. Which Chad is strongly implying is the or has been for a long time strongly implying is the answer here, but the only piece that could possibly do that is the knight, and I don't see how we can move the knight, and the knight can't do it if they stand still unless we make their king move, but there's no way to make their king move without either taking their rook or threatening it this turn. They're almost. And like these spaces the knight can move seem kind of dumb too. As well. But yeah, that sort of cross-time nonsense is going to be a lot more common with queens or bishops. But can theoretically apply to a knight, as it apparently does in this puzzle, but not in any way that we can see. Like, all these spaces kind of suck. So just to cover all the bases. Like, that's the only place it can go, but like, there's no way this is ever even threatening the king. There's no way this is even ever threatening that king there. So I don't particularly see much point. And then when we're required to, we're going to be required to move on this board, and then it's still, yeah. No, it can happen anywhere. So checkmate means that that at least one enemy king cannot be moved away to safety, basically. Theoretically, we could set up a situation where if an enemy king moved, it would move into check. And if it didn't move, it then becomes in check because of the way cross-time shenanigans work. But... oh, I can block the rook! That's the thing I'm missing. Okay. So we can block the rook here. I still don't know why we care about moving the knight, which is problematic, but at least we may do these in a different order, but we can block the rook there. Because it does need to move into this space to then get to this space. And if it's a pawn's there, it cannot do that. That is so hard to parse. Like, it makes sense. That's how it works, but... okay, we figured out one piece. Where's the other piece? That helps that that board is now done for. Done for is not really the right term there, but that's okay. These don't seem to do anything. And like breaking up another timeline here doesn't seem helpful. Because then it's going to be 3 timelines to threaten the king over here. Now we're thinking with blocked portals, exactly. Exactly. So, I mean, if it's 3 away, it can never do anything we care about. So we should... I'm just, like, double-checking that. Like, quintuple-checking at this point. But, that should not be a consideration in our tool set, I think. Hey there, Eder. So I assume that's just always bad. Okay. So this goes here. And the knight can go back in time 1 square and then up 2. Okay. Yeah, that's the real piece I was missing here, is that we can actually block the rook without moving the king. Alright, well, that took as long as, like, all the other puzzles combined. Not quite, but up there a bit. Oh, let's see. Can't wait to see tricky checkmates. Yeah, I guess we can try a tricky checkmate next. Oh my. Okay, let's take a break. Tempted to just like draw out the break so I can finish listening to this song. We'll take a break. We'll do at least another couple puzzles and then figure out from there if our brains are too melted and we maybe want to do something else or what. But greetings, Raven. Yeah, I'm trailing off. Feel free to drop a follow if new. Feel free to drop a donation if somehow we reach that goal in the next like couple hours. We'll do another bonus stream tomorrow. It seems unlikely. We already hit our initial goal. I'm pretty happy about that, but we'll still keep promoting the good cause in case anyone else is interested in dropping a donation to support. And we'll be back in a couple minutes, folks. Alrighty, we are back. Yeah. I mean, part of the Necrodancer bit up was mine too. I want to play Necrodance. That was because someone split their vote between FTL and Streamer Choice, so I split my half of that between Spelunky 1 and Necrodancer, basically. But Enchanter was keyed on Necrodancer as well. We'll probably get back to it at some point in the not too distant future, hopefully. It's definitely a fun game that we've spent a good amount of time with in the past. And that sucks at her. Yeah, certainly at some level, the kind of overzealous jump to sanctions are going to be a lot more prone to hurt everyday Russian civilians rather than the government or oligarchs and such. It's... yeah. Oh, wrong scene. That scene. Main 3. 3? In theory, Dino, but in practice, mostly no. Like, we've seen pretty regularly. I mean, this is pretty true worldwide in a lot of cases, that governments don't really care if the people are being oppressed. As long as it's not so much they are actively doing armed uprisings. Certainly been true of the US and UK and stuff for a good while, for example. And I'm not super well versed in like Russian history and the political side and such, but it's also, you know, been the case that sanctions in like the Mideast and Cuba and stuff have done a lot more to hurt people than anything else. It's definitely a complicated situation that's a bit hard to suss out. It is a long timeline there. These full-size boards are extremely intimidating. Oh, that's interesting. We have them take our queen with the knight. No, what? I have to select the piece before I zoom out. That's so annoying. I don't know why it does it that way. Okay, that doesn't go back far enough that moving here... We can only move back 2, we couldn't move back 4. I mean, it's kind of gotta be with the bishop, right? Everything else is really blocked off. Yeah, so it has to be with the bishop. Options are very limited. Huh. Like, that splits up a timeline that they can just immediately take the bishop. That none of those threaten... Okay, hold on. They don't threaten anything on that board, but do they threaten... No. They need to be horizontal or vertical if they're threatening a different board from wherever the king is, and the king's always in the same spot. So this would be the only place in the past that could possibly threaten. And it doesn't. So what's it look like in the present? We move here. Well, no, they can just... No, that's not blocking it. That's not blocking it. Like, they could block it in the present, but that doesn't do anything. Looks like that. Because we're going basically here to here to here to here. So if they could block it here on this board, like at that time, that would be a thing, but like blocking the present doesn't do anything because that's not the right space to block. Alright, tricky checkmates one. Very limited board state. One. So there's no way this can threaten the king, because it's still gonna have to be up and down rather than diagonal, basically. That's not gonna do anything. I mean, hold on, it'll be on another board, but it'll still need to be up and down. Like, if we could get it here on this board, or here, if we could get it here on this board, that would work, but here or here should not do anything. So yeah, the bishop is moving. So you pick a number and the bishop moves that many spaces on exactly 2 axes. So it could be timeline and like it could move 2 timelines down and 2 moves backward. It could move 2 spaces on the x-axis and 2 spaces backward in time. It can be a combination, but it always has to be a set number on exactly 2 axes. That still is probably confusing because it's confusing, but maybe that helps a little bit. Maiden 1. Alright, well, we've clearly found another impossible puzzle. Like, if this moves here, that splits another timeline. But, like... I mean, I guess let me just visualize this here. It doesn't split another timeline, never mind, because it's just... Yeah, it doesn't... It's only altering the present, not the past. If we try to alter the past cannot be altered, and we split a timeline. In this case, we're just trying to alter the present. It's a different present, but it's still the present. So why does one of these spaces actually work? Oh, because they have to move the king? But if they move it here, it's still safe, right? If I do like this. And, yeah, they have to move the king. So that's probably the, crux. Well, is that the crux? Because that would be a stalemate, rather, right? So, like, this board wants to just prevent this pun from moving. But, like, isn't it a stalemate if their only move is to move the king into check, and that's not a... God, I don't even remember. But as it stands, even if that is the case, they could still move here, and that's safe. So let's see if there's somewhere else we can do that. We can't do that here. Well, those are only 2 moves on that board. What if we just do that? I guess the 3rd move is in place. But then there's still safe to move here. Or here. So that doesn't do anything. Wait, what if it's like this? No, then they can run away over here. Yes. Right, I think if I was right, that's a stalemate rather than a win anyway, but... Clearly, this is the play. The length. Just, does this actually make some sense? Let's just see what that looks like. Oh, they have this move free anyway. We're not blocking that anymore regardless. Mostly kind of looking at new timelines and what that is going to entail. But yeah, that's not nearly threatened enough. And the pawns are just like limited up. Like I'm looking at like there's just nothing I can really do there. It doesn't matter for nothing. Oh, that's actually kind of interesting. Because we're creating another board where they only have a king on it. Which is interesting. It's easier to dunk than if they've got two kings than one, but okay. Does this like make sense at all? So we've got a good amount of bishop coverage here. Like, if this king moves here, this bishop can kill it. But like, that area looks safe for that king. So the pawns can't do anything. And the other bishop is too far away. Like, I guess I could just make sure, but that doesn't look good to me. So, I mean, this king gets to move over to any of these spaces and they're all completely safe. So, oh, excuse me, these two spaces are not safe. They can move here, though. Oh, but then this king can't move anywhere. Oh, except by creating a new timeline, and they can. Yes. What's left? Like, we've done everything. What can these pawns do for them? Other than block their pawn if it seems appropriate to do so. So ideally we want one of these pawns to protect this bishop, like over here or something, although even that I don't think is helpful. Like, I think we probably already looked at this. Let's see, they can just move down in their present timeline and be fine. What else is even possible? If we do that, then it's safe like there. Looking at stuff we haven't really looked at, but all of these do still seem terrible. Like, there's no benefit to that at all. Like, if we do this, which I know we've already looked at, that if the bishop survives, it's threatening this king, but there's no reason the bishop survives and there's no way to protect it with these pawns here. Not even, like, making a branch there doesn't help. Because that is not threatening that square either. Nothing else we can do here matters at all. I can always just take that, and it doesn't matter. Okay. I guess let's just do all this to actually visualize a little more cleanly. This king can run away to this board. Like there, for example, and be fine. Yes. Like, we're only spending a while looking at useless solutions because we've already tried everything, so... Somewhere we're missing something. Anything we do there, like, I can at the very least avoid stalemate by hopping down here. I'm basically trying to stalemate instead of mate. I can't even do that. We already looked at this garbage. It's like no reason any of this does anything. Motherboards. 4 dimensions is like a lot of dimensions to process, it turns out. So, like, they can move here. For example, XY turn and timeline, motherboards. So you can go back in time, but you can also hop between active timelines as well. Like if you go, so the past itself cannot be altered. So if you try to go back in time to the past, you branch off a new timeline. And let's see, like bishops are a pretty good example as far as that madness goes a little bit. Like, so a bishop moves a set number of spaces across exactly 2 axes. So they could move, for like if we had more history here, they could potentially move back 2 moves and up 2 spaces, for example, would be like a move a bishop could make. So in this case, we moved across 1 timeline and up 1 space. But note that, like, we're not checking the enemy king here. Kind of annoyingly doesn't show the hover movement there, as for the example, but on this, if this bishop is to move back to this board, its spaces are here, here, and here. Those 3 spaces are where it can move to on that timeline. Is there any reason we want to do this? So that's what looking like a branching timeline creation kind of looks like. But that certainly still doesn't help anything. That at least threatens a space the king could move to. What else is literally even possible? Like, this is the only move that threatens a king, I think. make a new king there, that... Like, those pieces are always going to be the same starting space regardless. So if we're making the new king... And this bishop can be in one of these 3 spaces here. But none of those threaten this king either. Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's nothing else that attacks that king meaningfully. I mean, we kind of have 3 kings we can target. We can target this king, or this king. The only king I feel that we can actually target is this king here in the past by doing this. Because we can move back 1 step and up 1 step, but I can't do that without the bishop just being capturable. There's no other way to get the bishop in the topmost row or the rightmost column. Let's see. Are we missing something interesting with our pawns? I mean, this king, there's no way to protect this with any of the pawns. We've already looked at that, and I'm looking at it again. We cannot move one of these pawns close enough to protect this bishop. Multiverse or no. Like, if we could get a pawn here, for example, we could protect it. It's not like the board loops around. Yeah, continues to be nothing. Like, I don't know, what if we are moving here first? Does that do anything? There's no reason that does anything, really. Like, this continues to be unhelpful. No matter how many times we look at it. Like, this isn't any different. Apparently for me too, motherboards. Nick, is there any point to doing something like this? Like, there shouldn't be, but we haven't looked at that line, so I guess we will. Greetings, Smurf Octium. And if we want 1.21 gigawatts, let's just play Factorio. I can crank that right out for you. It's time to give up. There's no reason, like, I'm not seeing that they don't, what the hell? Why can't they take this? Why can't this king take this piece? Okay, that's not how I thought it worked. Yeah, I'm never finding that solution then. So apparently, if you can make any legal move, like what if no legal move could be made on this board? What happens then? Like, I thought, like, they make their legal move here on this board, and then they can't make a move here, so that's either, like, a draw, or it just sits there until they can make a move there. Well, I mean, I'm talking about a hypothetical. Like, what if, or like, what if they had two boards that were active that they couldn't move on, but I guess that's just a stalemate. So if they have one board, what if it was like this, but I wasn't in check? No, you're still saying they have. Yeah, obviously they would still have to do that. But yeah, I did not think you had to, like, I figured you would avoid a stalemate if you had any legal move, and you have to move on all present boards if possible, is basically what my interpretation was. But apparently you have to move on all legal boards like, or what if there were 3 boards? You can force a stalemate in that case? Or do you have, I mean, I guess in that case, there's probably some way that you could move to avoid it still, and you still can't force it? God, that's so unintuitive. Like, does it check to make sure you're making a non-stalemate position? If a non-stalemate position is possible? Because if not, then it is different on 3 boards. Like, I'm thinking of a situation where they're not, like, in check necessarily or anything, right? Like, let's say, like, this is their 3rd board and the other 2 boards are just normal, non-checked boards. Like, if they move one piece from here to here, does that force a stalemate? Or are they required to move? I guess they should still be required to move a piece onto this board, right? If people are saying it doesn't matter that there's 3 boards. So you kind of, to some extent, you have to avoid the stalemate. If you can. Yeah, that's rough. Yeah, again, I'm talking hypothetically. Oh, you're answering your own question, Mike Man, I get you. Okay, so yeah, that's just a mechanic we were not privy to. Well, I feel better about mything that, then. Yeah, no, I get it, Roman. It just isn't. It's completely unintuitive, right? Like, it's not. It could have worked multiple different ways, right? And I was not privy to the fact that you need to specifically move on all boards in order to advance the state, period. Yeah, I'm not talking about the checkmates. I'm not talking about the checkmate. The checkmate's completely normal. It's just the multi-board stalemate avoidance situation. So even with multiple boards, you're required to avoid the stalemate if you can. That's hard to wrap my head around. Oh, is it only because the check existed? Because I keep trying to remove the check from the equation. So you're saying... Yeah, no, it's not just because of that, though, because you're still looking at a separate stalemate avoidance check. Because if it was like the normal chess analog to me would be that the king takes the bishop and forces the stalemate. That seems like the most normal chess analog in my mind. And because they're a check, you have to avoid the stalemate? You're saying if there was no check, it would be a stalemate. What? Yeah, that's really bizarre. Like, it makes some sense, but it's very weird. Definitely does not sit well in my brain. But I don't have a move to avoid a stalemate. That's the thing. It's like a chicken egg thing almost, right? Like, it just depends which you decide to check first. That's probably a little bit better way to think of it. The king can't take the bishop because you're looking at the turn in aggregate, and it is not a legal turn if you can't move on the bottom board. So you have to make a legal move to complete the entire turn, not to make just an individual legal move. So therefore, because it's still so weird. Yeah, I mean, I know that, Super Mike, but I know you have to move on each timeline if you can. Like, my read was just that you made as many legal moves as you could, and then you were done if you had no legal moves left. Where instead we're looking at the entire turn, no matter how many moves are being made, as a single piece to be judged as a legal set of moves or not. Which, like I said, makes some sense, but it's definitely not how I ever would have thought about it naturally. Yeah, okay. That does make more sense. Like that helps it be like feel like something that has some like reason behind it rather than feeling like an arbitrary check order. It's like, all right, well, because there's check, you can't stalemate, but otherwise it'd be a stalemate. But that's not the case. No, it's you couldn't stalemate otherwise. It's still you're just looking at the whole turn in aggregate. That's the case.